welcome to another stream. Welcome. Hello. So we have a bunch of subscriptions that I miss. Thank you, Degenerate Neutron, for a 4 month of Tier 1 subscription. And thank you, Jiang, for gifting Tier 1 sub to iCrowball. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, PS Comsai, Guan the Third, Banana Wave UT, Hotzenplot, Sasa Lala, Iguduk, Jiak Santos, Jiang, sorry. Sintus Aguduk, Fenderic Morty, Bill Janul, Ikurabol, hello. No Matt, Out9, hello. So today is Sunday, and that means today, according to the schedule, we are supposed to be doing game development, but I'm not in the mood of doing game development this weekend. So we're doing build system in C instead. So you can find the source code of this build system here, and the idea of the build system is to actually write the build recipes in pure C. Right. So instead of using some sort of like a third-party language, for example, Makefile language or Shell language or CMake language or PowerShell language, whatever, you're using C language to build C programs. Right. So it's not clear why to build a C project, you cannot just use C. Is C so bad that you cannot build C with C? And here we are to prove that it's wrong. C is actually powerful enough to build entire operating system. You can implement an entire operating system purely in C, but yet for some reason you cannot implement a build system entirely in C. And I would argue that complexity of an operating system, of a modern operating system, is way higher, magnitudes higher than the complexity of the build system. So the question is, what the fuck? So, I mean, yeah. And today we're gonna just continue developing this thing. On the previous stream, we started implementing the pipe functionality. So essentially, right now you can run external commands from our build recipe. Yeah, using CMD command. Yeah, so we have a CMD command, and this enables you with running external commands. But there's no way to actually pipe them together, right? There's no way to pipe them together, and this is basically what we want to implement. So we're not just re-implementing like shell for Linux. We're actually implementing shell as a part of the C programming language that is also cross-platform, because that piping mechanism is also going to work on Windows. So we're going to abstract away from the operating system, and we're going to implement piping of the commands separately on POSIX operating systems and for Windows as well, using Windows mechanisms. On Windows there are pipes, so they are very similar to POSIX pipes. Win32 API create pipe. There is even WinAPI function literally called create pipe, and it is straight up analog of pipe syscall. Let me show you. So pipe syscall returns you 2 file descriptors, and create pipe also returns you 2 file descriptors. So it returns you a read end of the pipe and write end of the pipe. Also, it accepts the size. I'm not sure what is the size. The size of the buffer. Oh, you can even specify the size of the buffer for the pipe. So, and also some sort of attributes and stuff like that. It's actually kind of similar, right? It's just has a slightly different interface. Right, and I wonder how you can attach this pipe to a process, probably through a create process syscall. Win32 API. Let's take a look. Gail, what's up? Stop Gaming 50, Nihilus Stream. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Hello. CMake is pretty complex, not gonna lie, but not as complex as, for example, Linux kernel, right? So I'm pretty sure Linux kernel is more complex than CMake. Alright. So you have a command line, process attributes, thread attributes, creator flags, environment. Maybe it's done through the environment. Startup info. There's something like a startup info. Maybe you can basically shove one of the handles as a standard input or standard output somewhere there, but I'm not 100% sure. So since there is a pipe, there should be a way to attach that pipe to a child process. Well, I never had any problems getting. So you're, I don't know. Okay, it just depends on how we measure complexity, right? So if you measure complexity by difficulty to build, maybe yes, right? So, but I don't think it's a pretty good measurement of complexity. By complexity, I mean the complexity of the code, right? So, if that makes any sense. Even lines of code. Okay, so maybe lines of code could be roughly, you know, correlated with complexity, at least for this particular conversation right now. Right. I forgot to put the kappa. Oh, okay. So, yeah. Sure. It's really bright today. I don't know why. Oh, it's probably because the day becomes slowly longer. So we are past the shortest day of the year, and the days become more and more longer. So maybe that's why it is so bright today. And we're getting closer to the summer, by the way. January is almost over, by the way. It's the end of the January. So, yeah. The time flies by so fucking fast. Or maybe it's only for me because I'm old. Right. Maybe it's only for me because I'm old. So I was thinking why the time becomes faster as you age, and I think the simplest explanation is because the year has a smaller percentage of your lifetime. So essentially, if you're like 10, right, year is essentially 1/10 of your life. If you're 20, it's 5% of your life. If you're 30, it's like 30%. It's actually 3% of your life, right? And as you age to the 60, it's like less than % of your life. That's why perceptually time starts to actually go faster and faster. So yeah, because 1 year becomes like a smaller percentage of your life. 69. In the case of 69, it's still smaller than 1%. People who lived up until 80, it's like, can you? Well, I mean, you cannot live to the point where. Well, you can. It's kind of difficult to live to the point where 1 year is less than 1% of your life. Like, for example, if you're 101, it starts to become less than 1% of your life, essentially, by definition of the percent, right? So, yeah. Interesting. I'm just saying. Life acceleration, yes. So just perceptually, time starts to, you know, go faster for you because of that. Because you compare the time, you perceive the time relatively to how much you actually lived, basically. I think so. I may be wrong. Anyways, so yeah. What are we doing? We implemented a little bit of a pipe situation for no build. Yeah, exactly. Philosophy with Sochi. Okay, sure. Maybe it is philosophy. So we implemented a very simple thing. Essentially, you should be able to, for example, pipe in to the command. So this is going to be the syntax of the DSL for piping. Right, so, and this essentially calls the cat command and pipes the content of this file into this cat command. So if you run this entire recipe, right, this is exactly what it's going to do. Not really, because you have to run it from a different folder. Right, you have to run it from a different folder, and there you go. It actually worked. But to implement that on POSIX, you don't even need to have any pipes, right? You don't even need to have any pipes. Essentially, you just fork a process, you open this file, and you replace this file, you replace the standard input with this file and just exec the cat. So you don't have to do anything. And on top of that, we also implemented functionality that lets you output. So, but the most important functionality that actually makes all of that useful is chaining several things together. And this is not implemented yet, right? So we want to be able to do this kind of stuff where you can just define a pipe and just chain as many commands as you want and then maybe output that to the file. So the input, I decided to actually design a syntax that makes sense, right? So the input in terms of a file starts at the beginning of the pipe of the chain, and the output actually goes and the end of the chain, and the output to the file goes to the end of the chain, and everything in between is basically located in between, right? So essentially, like, I think it's a little bit more readable and makes more sense than in shells. Thank you so much, Tori Lenner, for 3 months of Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I tried learning Ada Spark, but a program that linearly searches for an integer in 10-element array takes over 8 lines of code to properly write and prove. Yeah, classic Ada. Classic Ada. But maybe using Spark for such simple programs is kind of an overkill. And on top of that, Ada is designed for writing like a very reliable applications. So you know 100% for sure that your program is gonna work exactly as you intended to work. So maybe it was an example, yeah. Oh, by the way, so I recently was looking at Ada Core career page. Career, and was thinking, would I be able to work at Ada Core? What are their requirements and stuff? So yeah, welcome to Ada Core. So there's a couple of opened positions. So GNU toolchain developer, cross-environment software engineer, and compiler software engineer. So I know nothing about compilers and toolchains, so I thought maybe I'm gonna be a cross-environment software engineer. And let's take a look at the requirements. So, job description: adapt our Ada C, C++ GNU-based compiler and times to a new cross-platform bare metal things. So, okay, you must have a minimum of 3 to 5 years of experience working with embedded systems. Well, and then I closed the page. So, anyway, so if anyone is interested, so maybe. Gaylolo probably could work there because I know you're doing embedded stuff, but yeah. I don't know how good of a place it is, so it's just interesting. But judging from the interaction with Ada Core people, they all seem to be very enthusiastic about their work, which is actually a pretty good thing. Right, so that means they love what they do, and if the environment is filled with people who love what they do, well, it's probably a good environment to work in. Careers, I mean, I don't even have a company, so, I mean, yeah. I think you probably know this, but you don't have to fulfill all this stuff in the requirement. It depends on who else applies. Well, yeah, that's true. I know that. So, but the requirements basically give me the idea, like rough idea of what is expected from me and how much stuff I'll have to learn. So yeah, it's not about that I don't qualify. It's rather, do I really want to spend time eventually learning all of that and stuff like that? It would be interesting, right? I would like to learn embedded stuff, but for me, learning all of that means wasting resources of the company, and I don't really want to do that. So maybe like JetBrains. I have a feeling like I contacted JetBrains through their webpage email thingy, and I feel like it was just a long time broken, and they never bothered to fix it, and they basically thought that nobody's using it. So yeah. What are pipes? It's an inter-process communication mechanism in POSIX operating systems. That's what it is. Which by itself, by the way, tells a lot about the company, right? If the company like have a feature on the front page of their website that doesn't work and they don't bother to fixing it, do I really want to work in that company? Seriously. I have my own neglected website. Why do I want to work for a company with their neglected website? So I could, have enough of my own of that shit. Good morning. How can I approach the whole concept of computer science / engineering from basically no knowledge? How much time would I need to actually be competitive? I don't answer career advices, and this is essentially a career advice like question, because you're asking to how to become competitive, I suppose, in a career environment, right? So you want to make a career in computer science and engineering, and I don't give career advices. Primarily because I'm not in an industry anymore, and even when I was in an industry, I didn't really care about career that much anyway. So if you have any question about something within computer science or engineering, I would gladly answer to you and maybe even discuss with you. If you're asking how to be competitive in career and how to land a job on like in Google, I won't answer that to you. I don't answer this kind of question. Sorry. On the side, last semester was literally this process piping thing. Let me go dig it up. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. How can I achieve a good level in computer science? It's the same question, I'm sorry. You're trying to, like, you know, try to bypass my logic or something. I don't want to discuss that. FK4OS, thank you so much for 2 months of Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and welcome to our epic computer science club. How about that? Welcome. All right, so we need to implement this shit, by the way. How are you today? Thanks for the stream. Well, I'm doing well. Thank you for watching. Hello, Durandels. Hello, hello. So let me see. We need to implement all of this shit. Oh my god, dude, you've got issues. Yeah, that's true. Like, I got at least 8 of them. So, yeah. 3 of them are blocked, though, so... Yeah. It is, in fact, true. So, where do we do this kind of stuff? Where do we do the CMD thingy? Actually, I think it's called pipe. I think it's called pipe. So the entire thing is actually kind of complicated. So probably because I was just smashing things together. Can you tell me if I have to make such compile time programming, can I do specifically for Mac only? Compile time programming? I don't know what you mean by compile time programming. C doesn't really have that much compile time programming, to be fair, apart from C preprocessor. Like, can I do in Swift and or I have to stick with C or C++? Ooh, what a mess of a what a mess of a question. Okay. If I have to make such compile type programming, can I do specifically for Mac only? I don't understand what you want. What do you want? You want to execute things at compile time in different languages? You have different mechanism and you don't have to, like, I don't understand what you're trying to ask me. I'm trying to comprehend your question, but apparently I cannot because I have issues. So I'm sorry. That's a cool thing. Okay, so every time I don't want to ask, like, understand or answer a question, I'm gonna say that I have issues. This is perfect. Thank you, random viewer on the internet, for giving me such a beautiful excuse. I'm just gonna say I have issues. I'm sorry. Like, I cannot answer your questions. I've got issues. Maybe I actually have issues because sometimes people ask like very insane shit and I literally, like, I've genuinely tried to understand and I cannot understand. Like, And I'm thinking, is that a problem with me? Maybe it is in fact a problem with me. Like, it's just like, maybe my brain is fucked. Maybe it's true. Maybe I've got issues. Who knows? It's okay to have issues. It's more important to have pull requests to fix them. Yes, okay. That's true. That's actually true. Okay, so I think I want to have some, like, a little bit more strict typing and whatnot. You just totally bad at answering. To be fair, from my perspective, people are totally bad at asking questions. Like, I rarely get good questions that I can actually answer. So basically my answer usually, the quality of my answer usually depends on the quality of the question. So if you see me answering in a really bad way, so that means the question is bad. So yeah. Sorry. The quality of my answer depends on the quality of the question, or the amount of money you pay me. Could be also true. But people don't pay me for answering the questions for some reason. I don't know why. So I set up donation button specifically, like pay me, and I legit will try to answer a question, right? So the quality of the question, of the answer is going to depend on the amount of money you actually put it. But if you want the answer for free, you just have to ask a good question. And nobody's doing that. Like, people do donate me though. People do donate me to say something stupid on the stream, or they do donate me to I don't know, just to buy something. But nobody, like, quite rarely people donate me to ask a question. And I wonder why. It's just like, because it would be the perfect situation, by the way, because I would legit try to answer the question, right? Because a person paid money, right? And if I don't try to answer the question, I will feel like I scammed somebody, right? So basically with money, you force me to answer your question. And second of all, if I answer your question well, I feel like I earned that money. And just nobody wants to get into that relationship with me. Like, I just don't understand. It's really strange. People are nervous to pay $10 and be embarrassed in front of, but they do that for free every time. So but what's interesting is that if you pay $10, I would be forced to actually properly answer a question. And you see, here's the thing.
Can you tell them if I have to make such compile type programming? Can I specifically for Mac only, like can I in Swift or OBJ or I have to stick with C or C?
You do realize that after that donation, people won't want to donate even more after that, right? So because now they will think that donations are used to making fun of them, right? So yeah, thank you for the donation, G. But this is not your question. I'm talking about like a genuine experience, right? I'm talking about genuine. Now I feel bad. Okay, thank you so much. I'm gonna definitely refund that donation, Jenix. Thank you. Alright, whatever. So, what we're gonna do? So, I want to introduce like a thing for the commands, right? So, it's gonna be type a command, and it's going to be a bunch of arguments. So, and essentially, I want a pipe to be something like input file path, right? Something like input file path and the output file path. Right. So, and what's interesting is that null means that the beginning of the pipe should use standard input, right? And null means that the end of the pipe should use standard output. Right. So, and then we have a chain, right? We have a chain, which is essentially this thing. So it's going to be chain and size t, chain size. Alright, so we have these kind of things, we have these kind of types. How you construct those types doesn't really matter. Alright, how we construct them doesn't really matter. What do pipes do? They represent a unidirectional data channel that can be used for inter-process communication. Does it make sense? I'm talking about pipes that are created by the pipe syscall. Hello, Squidtool. Please speak English. Nobody understands you. It's an English-speaking channel. Alright, so, and I want to have a function that spawns the pipe. So, and do I want to have anything else? So what's interesting is that I think I'm going to... Yeah, I'm gonna just keep it like that. But on top of that, I want to have like a separate thing that spawns a CMD as well. Right, and when you spawn a CMD, you also can provide file descriptor for the input and file descriptor for the output. What's interesting is that we'll probably have to have some sort of a type def. We can call it fd or something. Maybe. Yeah, so it should be called something. No build fd file descriptor. Sure. So basically on Windows, Win32, right? On Windows, it's gonna be something like handle. Right. I think it's what it is. What's up, Lost Algorithm? Welcome to the stream. So this is basically what I want to do, but I cannot come up with a good name for this thing, so I'm not going to do it right now. So essentially, the spawn pipe, it has a bunch of these CMDs, and this function is going to use this function to spawn everything accordingly. Alright, so, and I want to first implement this thing somehow. I want to first implement this thing. Oh, by the way, so I think this thing should be taken by a pointer, right? So, and it's kind of similar with nulls in here. So if fdin is null, right, that means you have to use standard input, and in this case you have to use standard out. So I want to have like a proper functions that make it easier to like implement a particular algorithms for like piping and whatnot. So once you have these CMDs, you can specify their ends quite easily, and you can just chain this thing together. You can chain different CMDs together, right? So that's going to be the idea here. All right. So, and also I think this function should return PID-T, right? So basically you spawn the process, and then you can wait until the process has finished. So it's gonna be cpid. And we're gonna fork this process. If cpid is less than 0, cpid stands for child pid, right? And if it's less than 0, we're gonna say panic, saying could not fork a child. It's gonna be str error, error no. I'll go. Okay, once we fork the child, we can check whether the CP is 0, that means we are in the child process. And if it's not equal 0, that means we are in the parent process. And in the parent process, we want to just return the CP to whoever called this function so they can wait on the child. All right. So, and once we are in the child, we need to check whether the file descriptor is provided. Here we're gonna do what? We need to do dupe, right? We need to dupe 2. So, by the way, yesterday we explored how to do the piping on POSIX systems, and we wrote a simple example that just actually pipes 2 commands together, and I put that example on Gist. So for anyone who's interested, right? So. Oh shit, I couldn't probably copy paste it. So yeah, so what this thing does, it basically redirects its own source code into the cat, and then it takes the output of the cat and redirects it into the sort, and then it redirects the output of the sort into output.txt, and all of that is done purely within C using only Linux, or rather POSIX syscalls, or without using external shells or anything like that. So this is like an example how shells do that, right? It's rather the way the shells do that. It's a little bit involved and right. So, but that's how we do that without the shells. Just a second, I need to check something. I'm gonna be back within like a couple of seconds. Don't worry. Alright, so as we know, if fd is null, that means you have to use standard input, but if it's not, we need to do a dupe. So it's gonna be dupe stdin file number, right? And this entire thing can also fail, so we probably have to check that it's not failed situation, and then we're gonna do panic. Could not set up stdin for child process, and then we're gonna do str error. It's gonna be error null. Okay, so the same thing. Okay, so the setting up the standard input is done, so let's actually set up standard output. Dupe2 is gonna be fd out std out file number, it's less than 0. Then we're gonna panic, could not set up std out for child process. Right, error no. Okay, so once the standard output and input are set up, we're gonna do execlp. And we're gonna use the arguments within the command structure. So within the command structure, we have the arguments that we can just use here. So cmd args 0, cmd args, like this, and this entire thing can fail. So this entire function may return because it returns when it fails. And if it fails, we're gonna say could not exec child, not file, child process. Right, it's gonna be str error no. And yeah, and that's it actually, right? So if the child execs successfully, this exec will never return, so this thing will also never happen, so it will only happen in the parent. Right, so far so good. So this is how you can implement such thing, which basically sets up standard input and standard output of the CMD. What's up, Cozy White Bear? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, and essentially, this is a function that we can use to then implement something like spawn a pipe where you have several CMDs, right? So essentially, you can spawn several CMDs, and then using these arguments, file input and file output, you can connect them together. And you can build as long of a pipes as you want. So at least this is in theory. I haven't implemented that ever yet. Maybe it's not going to work out easily, but we'll see. We'll see if it will work out. So another interesting thing is that how do you wait on a pipe? Right, so when you wait on a pipe, you should wait on each individual PID of that pipe. So the amount of PIDs that will be created by this function is chain size. So for each individual CMD in the chain, it will create a PID. So what I'm thinking is that maybe this function will also return you an array of PIDs. So you will have to allocate that array yourself, and you know how much you need to allocate because it has to be equal to chain size. We might as well actually document that somehow, right? Saying that the size of the cPIDs array must be pipe must be equal to pipe chain size, right? So essentially we're gonna use that value as the size of that array, right? And once you spawn a pipe, you get a bunch of PIDs that you can wait on and do some stuff with them, whatever you want. So we already have a function like wait for PID, but it waits for a single PID. So maybe we can create a version of a function that waits for an array of PIDs, so too easily for you to wait on them. All right. So okay. Why not allocate yourself then? We can allocate it ourselves, sure, why not? Since we're just letting everything leak, we might as well actually make it easier. Yeah, I think it's gonna be even easier. So let's actually return like an array of PIDs. So, and yeah, that's how it's gonna be. Maybe stupid question, but can you pipe std error with that as well? Yes, you can. Technically, or do you mean with the current implementation? With the current implementation, I don't think so. But we might as well actually do something like const char error file path. So null means std error. Yeah, so we can include that as well. What is your reason to use C over C++? Oh boy, it's not a single reason. It's actually system of reasons, I would say. Yes. Do you have daily? Oh, I have issues. I don't have daily, I have issues. Oh, shave! Well, you see, I was right actually. I do have issues apparently. So yeah, do you shave daily? No, I don't really shave daily. I shave once per 2 days, I think? Bi-daily, yes. Yeah, I do have issues, yes. apparently that person was right. I do have issues. Don't share with any. Yes. Apparently I do have issues. Who would have thought? All right, and the way we're gonna redirect the error right now, it's not gonna. We're not gonna use that. But yeah, the way you're gonna do that is fd error, and it's just what is going on in the chat today? Std error. Okay, so this is how you redirect the error, right? Because loss algorithm, essentially std error is just yet another file descriptor like std out or std in. So if you want to redirect that, you just do the same thing as with std in or std out. So yeah, there's nothing special about std error from that perspective though. So but thank you for reminding me about it. Could not set up std error for child process. Error, no. Okay, that's cool. So now we have that, and in the pipe we have that. But what's interesting is that, how do we wanna actually do this entire thing? So it's gonna be std error. So if we're gonna include like error into the mix, so maybe the syntax of the pipe stuff is going to be slightly different, right? So we can have input txt, then you can have a chain for the cat and whatnot. So after that, maybe you can redirect the error into something like cat error txt, right? And then you can have a chain to like sort minus n, and it could be something like error. Yeah, so I think we're not gonna actually care about error redirection right now, because it could be a little bit complex, and that may require changing the plan for now. So I think I'm gonna just remove it for now. So I'm gonna put it to do. Pipes do not allow redirecting std error. Yeah, so this is something that we'll need here for sure. The piping gist is interesting, never done that in C, thank you. You're welcome. So we actually implemented that just yesterday. So we came up with this thing live. Okay. So here's the pipe thingy. So I'm gonna keep the FD error. I'm gonna keep the FD error and just start implementing spawn pipe. So let's do this thing. If pipe chain size is equal to 0, right? So essentially we're gonna just return null then, right? You're not trying to spawn anything. Then we want to allocate cpeds array. Cpeds is going to be a malloc, right? A malloc size of ped pipe chain size. So here's an array. here is an array, and the thing is, it's kind of difficult to come up with an algorithm that will utilize CMD call, to chain together several CMDs. So I think I need to draw a little bit first to understand how this kind of stuff is done. All right. So essentially, right, you have a bunch of processes, like child processes, and right, you have n child processes, but you have n minus 1 pipes between them. Right. So n children, but n minus 1 pipes. Right. So, and because of that, it's kind of difficult to do all of that. Right. So, for example, if we do n minus 1 iterations, right, if we do n minus 1 iterations, we can always have in the single iteration of a loop, we can always create a child and a pipe, right? So we do n minus 1, right, and we always create a child and a pipe. And then, after the loop is over, we're gonna have a special case for this thing, right? Special case for the last child. So it could be something like this, I think. So, or it could be something slightly different, right? It could be the other way around. For example, instead of first iteration, you just create this child. Well, I mean, you need to create a child with pipe already there. So I think the approach where you just do it like that, where you iterate it like that, is going to be better anyway. So yeah, let's just go that route. I think it's a good route. What do you guys think? So all right, I'm gonna make a cup of tea. Oh, I still have a tea. I was about to make a cup of tea. Chat is weird today. Yeah, I don't know what is going on. Maybe somebody posted a link to the stream somewhere. Right. Something like, here's the guy that is easily irritated by stupid questions, and that's why we have such a weird chat here. So yeah. Anyways. So let's try this idea. So we're gonna have n minus 1 iterations. Child size minus 1 plus I. Maybe Twitch accidentally put you in accommodations. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So yeah. I'm new at Browse Science Technology, saw a VOD of your Haskell stream. I don't really do Haskell streams that often anymore, so... Oh yeah, I do them every week now. Was it a good stream? Because... I don't know. My Haskell streams kind of suck, so I'm really sorry. Really sorry about that. So, what I need to do here... So I need to spawn a child. Right, we can probably do it like that. It's gonna be cpid I, like this. Yeah, so this is what we need to create here. And it's kind of easy to create this thing here, because we do have a CMD. Pipe chain. Okay. So, and here's the thing. So we need to add as an input previous read file descriptor. So of course the error is going to be null, right? So the error is going to be null. We're not going to actually spawn anything there. But what's going to be the input? The input is going to be the one from the previous thing. Okay, so this is how it's going to be. Previous read fd. So, and it's going to be 0, and yeah, we're going to do it like that. What's interesting is that if you are the first child, you probably don't have a previous read fd. So this is one of the things we want to do. So it's going to be equal 0. That means it's going to be null. Otherwise, it's going to be pointed to the previous read fd. Okay, cool. Null means, yes, it will be a standard one. So depending on whether it's a standard input, if you put a null to a standard input, it's going to use standard input, standard output, standard error, whatever. So yeah, something like this. All right, so it's going to be like that. And the output has to be to the right end of the pipe. All right, so we have to do the following thing. Pipe fd, so we have to have these two things here. Pipe fd. Right, and this thing, this entire thing can fail. Actually, this entire thing can fail. So panic could not create pipe for a child process. It's gonna be like this: str error, error no. Okay, so we have that. It was better than my Haskell. I've tried writing 3 or 4 programs over the past 5 years and never seem to feel like I have any idea what I'm doing with it. I see. Okay, so what we have to use here, we have to use the pipe fd1. As far as I know, according to the pipe syscall, this refers to the right end of this thing, so that means this is what we're going to do here. What's interesting is that now we need to set up the previous read. So previous read fd. Oh yeah, this one's going to be interesting because we will have to close both of these descriptors. We'll have to close both of these descriptors. So if I not equal is greater than 0, that means we'll have to close previous read fd, and then we have to close pipe fd1. But pipe fd0 will become the previous read fd for the next iteration for the next child. So this is how we pipe everything together. Hello, Forsindal. Hello, hello. I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking. Okay, so that can close fail. I think close can fail, but do we really care if it fails or not? So it usually fails when the descriptor is not correct, so I don't think it makes much sense to actually test it here. Right, it may fail if the pipe has failed and didn't provide like a proper descriptor or whatnot. So, and we do here like n-1 iterations. So we put this entire thing here. That's pretty cool. And on the last child, for the last child, what we'll have to do, we'll have to do cpid like this, and essentially well, yeah, we'll have to do something like this. Size t last. Might as well actually put a constant here. Last This is a last. Do we always want to create the... No, I don't think so. So this is output. So the output has to be null in here, but the input has to be... Okay. If last equals 0, that means we'll have to use null, otherwise previous one. Okay, so essentially this is how we can connect all of these things together. Essentially, excluding the input and output file paths, right? So we have n-1 iterations, and we have the last here iteration. So, and then we can just return this entire stuff here. cpids. You enter the clause was really? It can happen in clause? Huh. Oh shit. Huh. Interesting. So it's better to actually check for this kind of situations. Maybe. Oh, and also thank you for reminding me, I have to close this thing. Previous. Unless if last is greater than 0. Yeah. So yeah, I guess we implemented the chaining thing. Linux is dangerous thing to work with? Yeah, probably. While writing BSD in Linux compatible code, I was mystified by the Linux syscalls. Yeah, classic. Alright. I'm gonna make a cup of tea, chat. So, I want to check if all of that compiles, because I was just typing this out without checking whether it compiles or not, and I'm not sure if it even makes any sense. So let's do gcc no build.c. Also, epipe can happen when you write to pipe when reading side crashes. But that's a problem of the child processes, right? Because I'm not reading writing to the pipes. I just set them up, and then I call the child process. So it's up for the child process to, you know, figure that out. I don't care. All right. Okay, this thing doesn't compile because I forgot to remove this thing. Panic. Implicit. Wait, don't I have panic? Oh shit. No, I do have panic, but it's just defined in a... I see. It's just defined in a weird place. Okay, I'm gonna fix all of that after I made a cup of tea. Spawn a pipe. So if you don't trust it, I guess you have to avoid pointer arithmetic. I'm out of the context of the discussion. Done some C on Linux. What would be equivalent to GNU-C library on Windows, just Windows API? So, first of all, part of the GNU-C library is actually standardized by the C standard. So, part of the GNU-C library will be available on Windows for you already. Right, the one that is described by the standard. Things like, I don't know, like fopen, fclose, printf, all of that, like part of the GNU C library. It's already available for Linux, and if you write your program using only these things, your program will literally work everywhere, pretty much, where you have a C compiler. Apart from that, something that is not standardized, it's probably going to be WinAPI. But what's interesting is that you're pretty close to what's going on in reality, right? Because in Windows, right, you don't write programs that work directly with Windows syscalls, because Windows syscalls constantly change, right? So they're sort of private. I suppose Microsoft, I don't know for sure, but I think Microsoft reserves for themselves a right to change their syscalls at any time. But what they don't change the layer above the syscalls WinAPI library. So if your program depends on WinAPI, even if they change the syscalls, your program will still work. So you're supposed to only use the WinAPI library. What's interesting is that technically the same role on Linux is played by libc library, right? Because even though libc exposes functions that it calls syscalls, they're not very thin wrappers around syscalls. Sometimes they're thicker. For example, for situations when between the Linux versions, the semantic of the syscall has changed, but you still need to maintain the program that rely on that syscall working. So sometimes what they do is that they essentially wrap the syscalls in a thicker way, providing a condition. So they check what's the kernel, what's the version of the kernel. If the version of the kernel is that, they're gonna call syscall one way, and if the version of the kernel is another way, is another, they're gonna call syscall in another way. So yeah, on Linux, libc is basically backward compatible layer on top of the syscalls, but on Windows, WinAPI library is the backward compatible thing. So there is parallels between these things, like on both of the operating systems, if that's what you meant. Right, but the part of the libc is standardized, right? So that means part of the libc will be available for you on Windows as well. So it's kind of like a very nuanced situation, right? So it is like true, but there's some nuances and stuff like that. Plus, part of the POSIX is also implemented on Windows. A small part though, but still implemented. And another part of the POSIX is implemented on Windows in an incompatible with POSIX way. Right, for example, right, POSIX specifies functions like makedir, right? And for example, but on Windows, such function will be called _makedir, even though it has literally the same semantic as makedir. On Windows, it's going to be called _makedir, just because fuck you. Yes. When should I use the D programming language over C? I have no idea. I'm not a specialist in your situation, right? So you are the one who knows your situation, right? And you are the one who has to make this kind of decision. Nobody can make these kind of decisions for you, because nobody is an expert in you as much as you are, right? So yeah, I don't know, it's just like, it's a question to you, like when should you use D over C? Like I don't know, what's your situation? Well, thank you so much for an exhaustive answer, because you asked a good question. So this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? You ask a good question, you get a good answer. Okay, I'm gonna go to the kitchen and boil up some water. Okay. All right. Okay, so I want to try to compile this into stuff. So the way, yeah, I need to actually move this entire stuff like down below somewhere. Right. Spawn CMD. Already moved it here. Okay, spawn a pipe has to be this thingy. I'm gonna compile now. Okay, so still no panic. Even though I'm pretty sure I defined panic. Where is it? Did I not? I think I'm going crazy. Wait a second. Okay, did I not fetch the latest changes that I did off screen? I think I didn't, because I remember that I introduced panic, which essentially writes an error and also crashes the whole application, so you don't have to separately put error and exit one. Right, so it's just easier in case when you intend to just crash. And what's cool about no build, by the way, in the majority of the situations, what we want to do, we just want to crash, right? We just want to fail the build and let the user to figure out what the hell happened. All right, so let me see what the hell is going on. Maybe I just didn't fetch the latest stuff, and I'm working on a fifth issue. And as you know, I have a lot of issues. Oh yeah, okay, so I forgot to fetch the latest stuff. I forgot to fetch the latest stuff. Alright, so still cannot get over that comment. Imagine being asked the question that you get really irritated by, still put a lot of effort to explain it properly and explain why you don't answer this kind of question. The person keeps pushing and to the point where you get irritated, and you are the problem. You've got the issues. You've got to explain that you don't want to answer this kind of question, and no, fuck you. You have the problems. No, it's you. Sure. Anyway, I'm gonna just form this up. Welcome to the internet, everyone. I'll be your guide. I visited Greece once and went into a music CD shop and was browsing to see what they have, and the shop guy was like, "This isn't a park, buy or get out." I guess, maybe. So but I mean, it's like, it's their private property. You've come to their private property, and they actually, you know, establish the rules. So, and maybe the only reason why they can act like that is because everyone else act like that, and you pretty much have no choice but to, yeah. I'm just going to buy the first thing I can grab. Yeah, it is what it is. Anyways, Sodin, hello Fufu Senga. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Welcome. How are you doing? Sounding. Oh shit, it compiles. Look at that. Oh, this is because I haven't applied the changes yet. Okay. So, it compiles because I haven't broken anything yet, so that's the answer. Just a second. Alright, so now I need to implement the piping. Input output is not implemented, so it's gonna be 16. Are you a web dev? Depends on the definition of web dev. What is a web dev? Who is a web dev? So it just depends on the definition, I would say. According to some definitions, I am a web developer, and according to other definitions, I'm not really a web developer. So dev web. That's actually a pretty cool device, not gonna lie. I was thinking about a very funny pun. Has anyone ever on Linux created a device that is called ICE? So the path to the device looks like device. Has anyone ever created such a pun? Right, you can literally actually, I don't know, some sort of like a kernel module that adds this like device there, and you have a dev ICE, which is a device. I know it's dumb, but it's just, I don't know, I get a kick out of that. Yeah. And it's such a kind of like an obvious pun, like, I mean, somebody should have made it. Or in some of the drivers, for example. Or developer, yes, there's so many puns you can make with these device things. Yeah. It could be a freezer interface, yeah. Devour. Oh shit, it's like dev null, but yeah, devastating. Yeah, you can get really creative with that, seriously. Shit. Perfect. Oh, named address, etc. Yeah, that's also fun. If I ever gonna create like a Linux driver, I'm definitely creating a dev ICE device. Alrighty, so yeah, I need to create, I think, the branch 16. I think it's 16, yes it is 16. And I'm gonna unstash my stash. And it creates a merge conflict. Ooh-ah. Why does it create a merge conflict? I'm not quite sure. Why are you conflicting? Ah, I see. This is because I removed this function, it's not needed, so I guess the way to resolve this conflict is to actually remove everything related to this function. It's pretty straightforward, not gonna lie, bro. Is it gonna work now? I think it worked. Look at that. Epiku. Alright. Why is everything in Unix abbreviated? Do Unix people have shady keyboards? They had shady terminals because at the time of creating Unix, there were terminals that sent command over the network. So to minimize amount of sent information, they were trying to make the commands shorter. Like generally everything shorter, so they don't have to transfer too much information between the computers. At least this is how Dennis explained it in one of his streams. He actually explained it several times, and that's primary reason why all of these commands are so like shortcutted. It's like a legacy thing. These days we don't really need to do that. Network, fucking paper terminals. Also paper terminals, sure. I guess, maybe, yeah. I think you're right. I think I misunderstood them. Maybe to save on paper, who knows? So it's yeah. But the general answers, regardless of what it was, is basically legacy. Yes. So the times were different. Where can I see that? It's twitch.tv/lastmiles. Okay, just a second. https twitch.tv/lastmiles. miles. Yeah. So also watch his trailer. If you go to his channel, you will see his trailer. I really recommend to watch his trailer to get the gist of his channel. It's actually a pretty cool channel. So yeah, I really recommend him, especially when he's sober, which is quite rare. But when he's sober, he can actually, you know, tell a few cool stories. Anyways, so is everything compiled? All right. Yeah. By the way, I have nothing against him drinking. Just want to say is that the problem when he gets drunk, he does less programming. So yeah, I'm not telling to people what to do. So I personally don't drink at all, right? But then don't tell other people how to live their life. If you want to drink alcohol, it's just, you know, all power to you. So the thing is, why I don't like when Dennis is drunk is because when he's drunk, he does less programming, and I'm more interested in programming. So yeah, if he was doing more programming when he was drunk, I wouldn't say a thing, right? Just saying. I thought that channel was exactly like I usually come there for programming or for mathematics and stuff like that. So we don't approve of math, by the way. All right, so let's continue. But argument of the type yes, expected const char. What am I doing? Is that execlp really? I don't rank either, only T. Cool. So I don't really. Oh, it has to be execvp, unfortunately. Yeah, I see what's going on. Exec VP. So and yeah, now we're having a proper pointer situation, which I can reinterpret. So child size has no member. It's actually chain size. Fuck. Called object pipe is not a function. Oh shit. Wait. Do I have a pipe object somewhere? Oh shit. Fuck. Fuck. Can I do something like dash? Where's Jia Yang? We need Jia Yang in here. So why can't I do something like this? He probably already left. Yeah. I want to be able to do something like that. Okay, yeah. So, Jiang, look. Yeah, I cannot call object pipe because I already passed pipe as an argument. And why can't I do something like this? I want to be able to do something like this. Now I'm forced to come up with a name for this shit. Classic, yeah, I know. Like in C++, it would be so fucking easy. It's just, yeah, call the one from the global scope. I mean, come on. God damn it. Alright, so we'll have to come up with something else. Peep. This is what we're gonna call it. We're gonna call it peep. My pipe. Alright. Hash pipe. Why are we talking so much about drugs today? Is everything okay? If it's your pipe, it's a pipette. Okay. So it's gonna be my pipe chain size. I'm a little bit hungry, chat. Does anyone have any food for an old Russian dude? Now I can think of all the implications of my pipe. I know only one pipe. You have stew, nice. Sends food over the pipe. Thank you so much everyone for all of the food. I really appreciate it. The member chain and... Oh, it wants a pointer. Did you make something work on FreeBSD yet again? Okay, but so what? Did it create the device though? Where is the device? All right. I thought it's gonna be like a dev ice. It's pretty impressive, but where is the dev ice? I don't see it here. Where is the dev ice? There's no such thing. I'm sorry. It's pretty cool, but it's not a device. Oh, it's not finished yet. Oh, it's not. Okay. Why are you sending not finished code? Okay, I see. Cool. Thank you. Let's continue compiling this thing. So it's gonna be my pipe child size. It's actually chain size, not child size. Why are you still on part 1? Yes. Chain. Also a pointer. Oh shit, it compiles. Holy fuck. Compiles, mate. Compiles. And as you know, chat, if it compiles, it works. Okay, what if you have like one chain in here? So what's gonna happen? You're gonna skip this entire shit, right? Last is gonna be equal to 0. Then you set this thing, then last equal to 0, and all of them is gonna be null, and it will just spawn everything as expected. Okay, cool. That's very fucking cool, mate. Very fucking cool, mate. So another thing, now I want to test this shit somehow. Now I want to test. So I'm gonna have a pipe, and I already have this function. So it's gonna be a pipe. So we need a way to construct a new CMD. We want a marketable product, not actual progress. Yes. This is essentially stream, right? So, yeah. If you want to stream, you always have to show a marketable product, not the progress. If you just show your progress, nobody gives a shit about it, and everyone will ask you, why your code is not finished? Why are you fucking showing not finished code? What the fuck? Where is the finished product? Why is it not finished in 5 minutes? The fuck? I'm learning a Go language. This one? Go language. Has anyone tried Go exclamation mark language, by the way? So when the language Go came out, there was a little bit of controversy because of the Go exclamation mark language. And I think that language died, literally, after Go came out. Well, it was already dead, as far as I know. A Go exclamation mark language. It doesn't exist anymore. I see. Was it renamed to something? Probably. Sure. Whatever. Yet another dead language. What did you just clip? Did you clip that thing? Shit about it, and everyone will ask you, why your code is not finished? Why are you fucking showing not finished code? What the fuck? Where is the finished product? Why is it not finished in 5 minutes? The fuck? Thank you so much for clipping that. Oh, there's a naming dispute. Oh, okay, I'm over it, I'm sorry. So I need a way to construct this CMD. So you can spawn a CMD. Let's actually try to build a CMD. So I'm gonna introduce a function called CMD no build make CMD, and this thing is going to accept probably ignored thing here or something like that we don't give a shit about, something like ignore, and then it's going to be like this. There we go. Let's quickly implement this entire stuff. I'm just thinking. Yeah, I should less think. I should think less. That's for sure, because every time I start thinking, I'm wasting time and not implementing anything, so I should stop thinking. All right. So VA list args for each VA arg. Okay, so the parameter is ignore, then args, and here is the body. Cool. Okay, first we need to count them, because we'll need to put them on the list. So it's gonna be 0. You know what? I do this shit so many times. Why haven't I extracted that as a separate function? If you know what I mean. So I do this thing over and over again where I transform variadic argument list into array of sisters. Like, I do that so fucking often. Why don't I have a function for that? You know what I mean, chat? I'm not actually sure if you mean to autocomplete or the dev ice project. Oh, okay. Yatanasov, hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing, buddy? Hey, Tsoding, recent follower here. What are you building today? I'm building a build system in C. Building a build system. Welcome. I welcome all of the new followers here. Okay. Nice way to introduce yourself into a new community. Keep it up. Proud of you. Piping hot build systems. Yes, exactly. You didn't follow me when I followed. Exactly. So, what I want you to do? I want you to have a function. Something like const char va args. Actually, no build. Va args to array. And essentially, it's gonna just do the following thing. Is it possible in C preprocessor, by the way, to get the amount of variadic arguments? Oh my god! Preprocessor va args size. Is it possible? It should be possible. It must be. pprsec. Well, this is dumb. I mean, what's so difficult to do something like va args len? C preprocessor knows about it. Otherwise, it would be able to function properly. Why not just give this information to the user? Can you give it to me? It's a compile time information, just give it to me. So, Jiang, do you know anything about that? Do you know anything about that? So, CPP is so dumb, that's why I rented the other day. Oh, I see. With an ugly fun. So, basically, you should know the upper limit of... This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Like, I mean, it's the information is literally known by the C preprocessor. You know that information, otherwise you just couldn't be able to function. And yet, chat, why am I wasting my time on this language? Is that something recursive or something? Well, I know exactly why I'm wasting my time on this language, because there's not that many alternatives to this. Except Jai, but Jai doesn't exist. Anyway, so we'll probably have to do this kind of shit. It's like, and these kind of things actually force you to make a less performant code. Like, it's just like it forces you to have a less performant code. Alright, so this is what I want. Instead of build, I want to have this kind of thing. No build C star VA args to array. Right, so, and essentially you can turn VA args to array. And yeah, I won't be able to do that. What is overhaul? I don't know what it is, I'm sorry. You could be fighting with the Rust compiler instead. Yes, sure. Okay, so I'm gonna just do that. Alright, and essentially what I want to be able to do is for each VAR sister, can I... So parameter is ignore args, and then I just put this thing here. VA list args. And of course I need to do count. So it could be actually something very interesting. So maybe I could provide the count there, like a pointer to the count, but I didn't think it's that useful. So it's gonna be like this, and we're gonna just put the count +1 in here. Alright, and then once I know the count, I can allocate some more memory. Right, it's gonna be const char result. I want to allocate size of const char count +1 for an additional null pointer. And then I'm gonna reset count to 0. And I'm gonna iterate this entire shit one more time. Result ++ arg, I'm sending it to arg, then result count is going to be equal to null, and I'm just returning the result. So this way I can transform a variadic array of sisters to an array of sisters. And this is actually something that I use every time, like all the time. Alright, so let me see. Now if I want to build a CMD, right, if I want to build a CMD, I don't have to worry about that, right? Right? Or maybe I do have to worry about that. Nah. Because I cannot just easily pass this thing in there. Oh, Gale went on a rant. I think probably is that CPP doesn't expand macros recursively, so it's impossible to have a real solution. Yeah, it's just it's so old. Holy shit. Haven't coded in C for like 2 years. The Vietnam flashbacks are coming. So you programmed in C in Vietnam. Interesting. Cool. It just makes it difficult. Just makes it difficult to do interesting things. Can you put count plus plus instead of count plus equal 1. Yes, I can do that. So I need to implement this function. Sure. But that means I don't have a variadic. It's, oh my god, it's just doesn't fly. It just doesn't fly easily. But you can always replace that make cmd, right, with some sort of a macro, make cmd, which accepts this kind of thing, and then you can do something like cmd args is equal no sister. All right, ignore is going to be 69 and it's just va args. Isn't that cool? And of course you can put a null in here. That's true. That is true. So you can do it like that, which is absolutely dumb, but you can do that. Right. You can do it like that. Why not create array directly in macro without additional function call? Isn't what I just did? Or maybe you don't really explain yourself really well. Whatever. Bike shedding. Don't care. Cool. So speaking of pipe now. So here is the here is the thing. Okay. I just want to test this entire stuff. Is there a command that generates stuff? I think there is. So you can do like sec 10. Yeah. Then you can pipe it into reverse. And yeah, that was interesting. Okay. Yeah, you can do something like that. Source and R. And maybe then you can do something like this, which is kind of dumb, but I guess this is one way to test that. Yeah, I guess this is one way to test that, sure. And let me see how we can test that. Okay, examples, pipe. So I need to create a CMD chain, right? CMD chain, and in that chain we're gonna do what? I'm gonna do args. No build. It's gonna be 69. Sec 10. Right. Then we're gonna have a reverse. Actually, not reverse, but sort rn. Okay. So this is the chain. After that, you can create a pipe. Right. So my pipe, I have to call it pipe. It took over 3 decades to fix a stupid parsing quirk that didn't allow you to close. Yeah, I do remember that actually. So it is dumb. Chain, and also chain size of chain divided by size of chain 0. Okay, so this is my pipe. Cool, and let me do pict cpid. No build spawn pipe, and I just do my pipe, and this entire thing just gives me this entire stuff. So I'm gonna iterate through all of the chains, so all of the PIDs. Through all of the PIDs, my pipe chain size plus I. No build POSIX. CPIDs I, and that's it. So this is gonna be the way we just test the pipe. Let's try to build and run all of this. It worked. So you see, without the additional command, it works like this, but then I can reverse it, I can sort it. And on top of that, I can add another command, for example, wc-l, right? And it will print the amount of words. So you can actually add as many chains as you want. So yeah, so here's the thing that works actually. Would you look at that? So what else can we do? Do we have any interesting things to do? We might as well actually do something like sequence from 100 to 110. Yeah, I think this is what we can do. 100 and 110. Right, so then I can sort in the reverse, and then I can reverse each individual line. So we might as well start like this, right? Okay, so as you can see, we managed to call this thing. It seems to be working. Then I sort in everything. Yeah, I'm sorting in reverse, and then I reverse each individual line. Okay, so each individual line has been reversed, and we can add another thing, base64 encoder, right, just to encode everything. Yeah, and this line was properly encoded. Okay, and we can keep adding things. For example, we can try to zip this entire stuff, but I don't think it's gonna look great. Yeah, data not written to a terminal, use F to force the compression. Okay, that's cool. So I can add the compression here. And it wrote some garbage in here. So to fix that, we'll have to do hex dump -c, and there we go. So, and all of that actually works. So yeah, you literally describe the pipe like that, and it actually pipes everything, and everything works correctly. Holy shit. Yeah, so now we just need to wrap all of that into a nicer interface. That's what we need to do. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, on top of that, I forgot to implement the functionality that reads from file, the input from file, and outputs to the file. So yeah, we need to implement that. Okay, so this is a previous readfd. Ooh, and this is gonna be kind of complicated because, yeah. Well, essentially, if you provided input file, for you, prev read readfd should exist. It should exist for you. So let's actually try to do something like that. If my pipe input file path, if it does exist, right? If it does exist, so we also need to do a thing that indicates that you either have a previous readfd or don't have a previous readfd. So maybe because of that, it has to be a pointer. So here is the previous fd, right? So and initially it's null, and essentially, if we're gonna do it like that, right? If we're gonna do it like that. we may just do things like this. Oh shit, I think I should first refactor it slightly differently. Yeah. So I'm gonna move this stuff here, so now it's available to everyone. Then, if previous readfd is available, you're just gonna use that, nothing special. You're only gonna close this thing if it is available, like that. And this thing, we use it as a pointer, but then it will be overwritten by the next pipe fd call. So because of that, we need to have a place where we store this entire thing. So previous read fd, I don't know how to call it, because this is just a pointer, right? I might as well call this entire thing might as well call this entire thing fd previous. And funny enough, I need a name for this thing. fd previous place is going to store it here, and essentially fd previous is going to be pointed to fd previous place, and then I take the fd previous place and I store the 0 there. There we go. Cool. It also could be something like fd in. This is complicated, right? But I mean, that could work eventually. All right, so, and then we have a fd previous fd. We don't have that thing anymore. Right, so we're gonna just use fd prev. And similarly, if you do have fd prev, you just close it like this. All right, so this could be a very useful refactoring. Because then later it will enable us with introducing the end files outputting. So yeah, that's kind of cool. And it didn't break anything, which is kind of weird. Like, let me try to break the code. Okay, so it worked. All right, it seems to be working. So if I try to go to the pipe and I remove some of these things in here, will it still work? Yeah, it still works. It still prints this pipe in here. So if I put the rest of this thing, yeah, it still works. Cool. It's pretty interesting. All right. So now, first try. Yeah, it's kind of sus, but it is what it is. If my pipe input file path, that means we're gonna do fd in open. We open this file, right? We open this file for open Vrondly, right? Actually, Rondly. Erdonly, right? So in ffd in is less than 0, that means we did a fucky wacky, so we need to panic. Could not open file this because of this, and the file is my pipe input file path, and the thing is str error, right? Str error null. All right, so, and after that we're gonna do fd prev pointer to fd in. So you see, essentially we don't have to have a special case whether we're whether we are first element in the chain or not first element in the chain. So essentially, if you have an input file, you still have a special previous value for the input for the first chain anyway. So now, if I try to compile this entire thing, it seems to be working. So, but now I want to try to do the following thing. I'm gonna use just sort. Yeah, I'm gonna just remove this entire thing. It's just gonna be sort. So here is the just sort. But instead of having sequence, I'm gonna set input file path to be examples pipe C. Right, so now examples pipe C will be piped into sort, and that should still work. And it did. As you can see, here is the source code of this thing, and it was sorted. On top of that, we can go ahead and keep piping things. We can enable reversing, and now each individual line has been reversed. So maybe I should actually go to the build in here and disable everything except the pipe. Should be pretty straightforward. Right, because essentially I can just check an example which is pipe.c, right, and only we're gonna see the pipe example. There we go. So, and in the pipe, I can keep adding things. I can now encode myself with base 64, and after that I can gzip this entire thing, and the thing, oh shit, it was properly gzipped, but I mean, it's just the terminal cannot properly show it. And then to make it human readable, I'm gonna pipe it through the hex dump. Right, and once it pipes through the hex dump, it looks like this. And all of that is done via C. Right, all of that is done via C. Now we need to be able to maybe specify something like output file path. But that could be interesting. So it's gonna be output txt, right? So we want to be able to do this kind of stuff. Cool. How are we gonna do that? So you have a previous one. And the last one is gonna be the output. Okay, now, if my pipe output file path, if it has output file path, we're gonna set something interesting here, right? fd next, actually, it should be fd out, I suppose. Fd out, fd next, which is a pointer, and it's initially 0. Right. So, and we're opening this thing here for, oh yeah, I need to open it in a very specific way. I need to open it in a very specific way. This is how I need to open it. This is how I need to open it, and we have to use the file that is this stuff. Okay. It's less than 0. It's gonna be like that, and it's gonna be panic. Could not open file this because of this, and Emacs, come on, my pipe output file path and str error no. Cool. So, and then after that I can set up fd next as a pointer to fd out, right, and then I can just use fd next, and this is actually symmetrically works out really well. So there's a weird symmetry to what I'm to actually compose in a pipe. There's a really weird symmetry, but I think it works out really well. After that, I think we also need to close the fd next if it's present. If it's present, we have to close it. Cool. So that's actually super fucking cool. Maybe I can even set up fd next like this somehow, and that's actually a very interesting idea, but I mean, it's already kind of works. All right, so let me see. Alright, so pipe has been executed and it outputted everything to output txt. Alright, so now we have a full pipe functionality. Holy shit. We have a full pipe functionality where you can set up input file, output file, and the programs in between, and it will just execute everything and will just work for you. So now we need to wrap that into easier to use interface. I had to write a kernel driver once, it was kind of weird. I haven't written a kernel driver ever, so, and I'm thinking that it will be actually kind of cool content for the stream, but I'm kind of worried that it may kill the stream, so I'll have to write drivers in a virtual machine. So, and I don't know, setting up a virtual machine could be like too much of a pain for my setup. Sometimes once it crashed, I couldn't get the machine to shut down properly, yeah. It's kind of dangerous to develop drivers on your own machine on which you're developing, so it should be kind of like a separate machine completely. I think there's a challenge by some compressioner that gives you a list of 100k random numbers, and if you can loosely compress it by even 1 byte, you win $69. Oh, that's actually a pretty interesting challenge. So basically, he cramps like a shit ton of entropy in it, right? So, yeah, that's interesting. How did it compile with a random A? It didn't. Is Control A some kind of a save file shortcut or something? Control A? It doesn't do anything for me. So then if you want to try... No, I don't want to try. I don't really care about this kind of stuff. To be fair, like, I don't care about the challenges, like, if you do this thing, I will give you money, dub dub dub, are you cool enough to do that? I don't give a shit about this thing for some reason. So, it's like, no, you wouldn't try to hold that competition if you knew, if you didn't know whether somebody's gonna win that or not. So what's the point of me wasting my time? I'd rather I'd rather spend my time on doing something more productive, right? So, like, you literally the only reason why you're holding this competition is that because you know people cannot win it, or is it difficult, extremely difficult to win, and you know that there's a really like a little probability of you losing money. It's like literally by definition. Why should I waste my time on that? So, again, like every time I see something like that, my brain just. Come on, do you think I'm that dumb? No. I'd rather spend my time on something really productive. Well, it's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea. It's not an interesting competition. It's an interesting idea. Right. So, but that's it. I didn't mean that I find it interesting to participate in this special Olympiad or something. I don't know. But I've got issues, you know that. So maybe that's the problem. Of course, issues. Yes. Okay, so that's pretty cool. I really like this entire shit. Tissues. You've got tissues. I've got tissues. Monka TOS time. I'm sorry. What's up, Jabba Bob? How are you doing? Oh, I forgot to remove this thing, I think. Yeah. Oh shit, he's got tissues. Everyone hide. Alright, so I want to remove that. Cool. I don't think I want to do this thing. So we still don't have the std error functionality. But what am I gonna do with the std error though? No, I should brace the forward. I guess it depends on how you're gonna do that. And also sometimes you want to do things like redirect std error to std out, right? Just basically merge them together. Yeah. And we should be able to handle all of that, but we're gonna put that as a separate issue. I already created a separate issue for that. Alright, so what do we got? What do we got? Let me commit this entire thing. Implement a working pipe functionality on Linux, on POSIX rather. Let's push that right into the repo. Maze Low 90, hello, welcome to the stream. I want to make a small break, so I'm gonna just make a cup of tea, I guess, I'm sure. Okay. Okay. Just looking for something interesting to answer in the chat. So. How everyone is doing, by the way. I'm a little bit hungry, so I don't know for how long I'll be able to continue streaming. Interesting, there is no POSIX program to merge two streams into one, like T, but in reverse. Huh. This is because you can... Maybe you cannot. Okay. Doing well, nice. Really glad to hear that. Opinions on green tea? I don't know. I personally don't drink it, but it exists. Alright, so I think I'm gonna also make a small break because I need to pee and stuff like that. Small break. Yes. Alright, let's make a small break and you guys have fun. Yo, what's up? How is it going? So, let's try to come up with a good interface. Think about this interface is that, okay, so you can spawn a SMD, but you also, yeah. So this is basically how we're gonna do all of that. The idea here is going to be the following. You will do the pipe. All right. In examples pipe.c, then you chain it into sort rn, then you chain it into reverse base 64 g zip minus f hex dump minus c, and then you want to output that to the out.txt. By the way, so you also have to use path properly. Gonna be examples pipe.c. So this is supposed to be the intended syntax for this entire stuff. So basically we need to implement a bunch of macros to facilitate this kind of thing. And once we've got that, I think it is going to work appropriately. Okay, so my kettle is ready. I'm gonna quickly pour some water, and I'm gonna be back. All right. Oh, you managed to make the dev ice. Nice. Congratulations. That's actually pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So we have a dev ice. Yeah. Nice. Created a device. All right. Cool. So we have functions to do all of that, but now I need to have it slightly different. So this is the chain. So the syntax is rather... I'm gonna load it on every boot just for the memes. Okay. Sounds cool. I will need to create a bunch of stuff that I don't really want to create, but I'm kind of forced to create it anyway. I still have to retain this pipe arg thing. Still have to retain it. Just to be able to facilitate this thing. But I might as well get rid of the make pipe arg, because literally what it does, it just accumulates these things like this. Okay, so let's actually start removing this pipe arg. No build pipe make pipe arg. So now it will start falling apart, but what we're gonna do now is essentially Let me remove that. So it's going to be type pipe arg. So here's the type that we're trying to make. Pipe arg type is going to be equal pipe arg in, and the actual args are no build make, not really not make pipe arg, but there's something sister, right? Sister var, yeah, so this one, where we take variady arguments. We don't even need to do that if you think about it. Right, we're gonna put 69. So what is it? Yeah, it takes a thing that ignores it. 69. And then we do VA args. Oh shit, I have an interesting idea actually. What if this function, oh my god. What if this function, instead of taking an ignore, will take a pointer to the count? Yeah, it will take a pointer to the count, and you can set it to null if you don't care about it. But if you do care about it, it can provide you this information. I think it's better. Yeah. Oh shit, that's a cool idea. Ganovina Banane, hope I pronounced your nickname correctly. Thank you so much for 6 months of tier 1 subscription. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And welcome to our epic Variadic Club. Alright, thank you so much for the subscription. Epic, absolutely epic. Oh shit. Alright, so let's try to do that. Maybe I'm gonna first get rid of this entire thing because I wanted to compile first. Right. Introvert. So this is gonna be the count. And let me see. So this is the count. Actually, let's call it out count, right? Because we'll already have internal count, and I'm going to return you a count only if you provided a count, right? Out count, if it's available, is going to be out count equal the count, so you will have an access to the amount of elements there. So yeah, I think it's a pretty convenient function. It kind of sucks that I have to do this kind of stuff at runtime, right? So it's just kind of, really? Do I really have to do that at runtime? But it is what it is. Okay. Alright, and now you can literally do it like that. We can put a null in here and it just makes more sense now. Which is pretty pogue, not gonna lie. So I might as well actually commit that. I think it's a pretty good change. Okay. So make no build system or return the size of the array. Right, return the size of the array, and I might as well actually do it like that here. I'm gonna push that. C is really difficult to use for DSLs. C++ is easier to use for DSLs, but I don't know how much slower they end up. So, yeah. And this is what essentially I'm doing here. I'm developing like a DSL on top of C, which is probably already a bad idea, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe it would be better to get rid of the DSL completely, right, and leave only this kind of syntax. But it's kind of tedious. Like, really, do you really have to do that just to organize a pipe? This is dumb. Like, if I were using this build system, I wouldn't want to do that all the time. I want to be able to just define this pipe like that and just forget about it. It has to be like a throwaway thing. So that's why, yeah, that's why I want to have like a macro stuff. Even if it's gonna end up slower, at least it's more convenient because it's more about convenience. Right? That's why people make DSLs. Yeah, that's probably why. But the problem with that is that then they act like there was no cost of making that DSL. Okay. Alright, so now I want to do it like this. So if I'm gonna construct the pipe arg, I want to remove this entire thing. So it's gone now. Rust has zero cost abstractions, sure. What's funny is that zero cost abstraction is not even a Rust meme. Rust community didn't come up with that meme, it's a C++ meme. It's always been a C++ meme. And the funny thing is, like, Rust people act like they invented this notion. It's just so weird to me. So the first who came up with that idea was Strausstrup himself, right? Because it was one of his principles when he was designing C++. It's just so weird. Also, if it compiles, it probably works is also not a Rust meme. It's a meme that comes from the Haskell community, which probably also stole it from somewhere. It's just like... And I'm pretty sure, I don't know, is the fearless concurrency also not a Rust meme? Yeah, Rust is basically riposte. Does anyone know the origin of the fearless concurrency meme? Was it actually originally made by Rust community? Considering all the other Rust memes, I kinda doubt that. But who knows, maybe they came up with some original meme by themselves, who knows. Fearless concurrency. Nah, the Erlang meme is let it crash. So I don't remember fearless concurrency in Erlang. I mean, as a meme, The meme from Erlang is let it crash. I think fearless concurrency is actually a Rust original. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I can see that. Wasn't Fearless first Tokyo? Oh, that means that it's a original Rust meme. Sure. Actual original Rust meme. Nice. Okay. Let it crash. Let it crash. Let it crash or let it crash. And I'm proud that Let It Leak is the Tsoding community meme. Yeah, we came up with this meme, Let It Leak. Yes, it's my favorite. Who needs array AI? Who needs garbage collection? Just fucking let it leak. Segfault is not... Yeah, by the way, if you just let it leak, you're never gonna segfault. I mean, right? Well, I mean, it depends on what you're doing. Maybe you want to intentionally segfault. In that case, not freeing anything is not gonna help him. But yeah. Let it leak. Let it leak. Let it leak or let it leak. Memory costs nothing. Let it leak. I'm leaking. Okay, sure. So make a pipe, and this is what we're gonna do here. So no build sister var args to music. Coming to Amazon. No, I'm not gonna change to music, I'm sorry. So, and then it's gonna be, yeah, you just surround this thing with nulls and then we go. Pipe arg type. The type has to be pipe arg in. You sing so well, WTF. I mean, I have a musical education, by the way. I don't really sing that well as I used to because I haven't practiced, but I mean, yeah, I guess. I'm something of a musician myself, that's what I can say. Fortunately, never finished my musical education, but I know a couple of things. Nice. I guess. So here's the in, and I need to do the similar thing for the out. Right, so I need to do the similar thing for the out. The out, and for the chain. For the chain is gonna be... Oh yeah, so this one has to be just path. Has to be just path. Can I make it a little bit more readable? I think I can try to make it more readable, but I'm not sure if it's gonna worth it. It's gonna be worth it. Yeah, definitely not worth it. Oh, maybe this. Look at that. Look at that. I think it's starting to worth. Yeah. So we can do it like that. So yeah, you construct the pipe argument, and yeah, there we go. When will you build the MIDI keyboard? It's a good question. I don't know. I need to buy a new MIDI keyboard. Or you mean build like from scratch? I know nothing about like hardware stuff, and so I probably have to research how to do that first. This is a little bit more readable, which is super nice. Okay. So chain is gonna be similar. Pipe arg. It's gonna be like this, and I'm gonna just enclose it. Tomorrow, yeah. It's my favorite answer, right? Pipe arg chain. You know me so well, Jiang. Oh my god. Alright. A args. Okay, so that looks good. Oh, I forgot to properly do this thing. It has to be like this and then a null. Doxed. Dedoxed. It's a distributed doxed, right? So if a DDoS is distributed denial of service, DDoS it's a distributed doxed. DDoxed, right? All right. So we can construct a single thing in here, and interestingly enough, now do the pipe thing. Okay, so to do the pipe thing, we still have to. Yeah, we still have to provide the thing that ignores everything. You know what? Maybe we should be able to build a pipe. Yeah, we need a function that builds a pipe. That's true. So no build pipe has to be a function that, given all of this garbage, returns you a new pipe that you can then use. Right, it builds it out of the pipe arguments. Let me see. So it doesn't try to execute it or anything, and by the way, it should be cross-platform. Since it just builds the pipe, it's essentially a cross-platform thing, so it doesn't really matter that much. CMD count. Yeah, it's gonna be pipe. It will just return you a new, fresh pipe. Yep. Alright, so I think we can remove all of that now and just do a result. Chat, I'm hungry. You should just eat something, I suppose. Do you have any food at home? So I would suggest to search for food first and maybe order something. I wonder if I can cross-compile the module for the RPI. You should give it a try. You see? I'm giving useful advices on this channel, but I'm lazy to make food. You can try to make a simple food. I don't know. For example, something super simple is actually super quick. Today, like at morning, I made a breakfast. I just cooked a bowl of rice in the pot, and it took me 20 minutes. I made a bowl of rice from scratch without any rice cooker or anything in 20 minutes. It was actually super quick. I made enough for a single bowl though, without rice cooker. Yeah, I did it in the pot, really. It was super simple. Like I have a, basically I do that. I use like a cup like this. Oh, you didn't have a rice at home. Oh, okay. So I use cup like this. So essentially, I know that this amount of rice, roughly, is for a single bowl, right? So essentially, what I would pour a rice, like this amount of rice, into the cup, right? Then inside of that cup, I would actually wash the rice. It's actually quite important to wash your rice because there's a lot of like extra starch on the rice that, when cooked, makes your rice like very sticky and very mushy. It's really not pleasant to eat, so just want to wash away this extra starch. Once I washed it away, since it's already in a cup, I can pour enough water for the entire rice. So to cook a rice, you need 1 part of rice and 2 parts of water. Right, in a cup, I actually have a transparent cup, which makes it like super easy to measure. So one part of rice and 2 parts of water, right? Once it's all there, I just pour the contents of that cup into the pot, add salt, maybe butter and stuff like that, and I just bring it to the boil. Once it starts to boil, I actually turn off the stove and I wait until the water completely absorbed by the rice. Since the amount of rice is so small, it's going to be super quick, but you have to be very careful because since the amount of rice is so small, it will start boiling very quickly. It also depends on your stove. I actually have a pretty powerful Soviet stove it starts boiling like within like 5 minutes, and the rest of the 15 minutes it keeps absorbing the moisture and yeah. So this is the way I cooked the rice within 20 minutes. But again, you have to be really careful. Like if you cook this small amount of rice just for one portion, you have to constantly like monitor it, right? Because it will start boiling pretty much immediately because you don't really have that much water, so it's, yeah. So this is how I do that, and it's actually super. Once you get used to making rice like that, it's super quick. Yeah. I don't know. So I'm just sharing my experience, my life experience. I'm not sure how useful it is for anyone, but yeah. We need a cooking stream. I don't know. We'll see. Also, in Russia, we have a competing product to rice, which is buckwheat, and I suppose a lot of Slav knows what I'm talking about, right? Buckwheat. Along with the rice, we also eat this thing, which is also like a cereal thingy, and it's cooked in a very similar way. And the ratio of water and the buckwheat is pretty much the same. The only difference is that they absorb water slightly differently, and they cook at different times and they absorb differently. So essentially, if you cook in the rice and you see on the surface of the rice there is no water, right? So quite likely there is no water underneath as well. With the buckwheat, it's not the same. If you don't see any water on the surface of a buckwheat, right, there's probably a little bit of water like at the bottom there. So it's kind of like it absorbs the water slightly differently than the rice. So you have to keep these kind of differences in mind. So in case of rice, you can rely on the look of the surface. In case of the buckwheat, you cannot rely on that. Apart from that, they are cooked pretty much the same. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it is really popular. I would say that in Russia it's more popular than rice. Yeah. To be fair, I like the taste of the rice more than the taste of the buckwheat. Buckwheat has a very specific taste, but it's really bland. It's like, yeah. But it's, I mean, it's eatable. It's eatable, and it's actually pretty cheap as well. Okay. All right, you managed to cross-compile it. Nice, nice. Congratulations. That's actually pretty cool. Alrighty, alrighty. What else? What else? Okay. So what we're doing? We're building a pipe, right? So we're building a pipe. So result is initially gonna be this. So a pipe. Oh, we need to build the chain first as well. So this one is gonna be interesting. So that means we'll have to do the chain thing, like count the size of the chain first. The fight is between rice versus pasta. Okay. Okay, so this is the input file path, and essentially, you know what, I think I'm gonna try to compile that and go through the compilation errors. Okay, so this is gonna be the result, and we're setting the result. Cool. Result. Do we have anything else? Result, chain, I think it's chain size. It's a chain size, and chain size. I think we don't need to check that anymore here, because it's gonna be the job of the interpreter of the pipe. Then pasta, rice any day. Yeah, I guess so. I kind of like pasta better than rice. To be fair, I never tried fried rice, and I heard like a lot of good things about it, so maybe I'm gonna like it better. But anyway. So it's gonna be a result chain, and I just allocate. Okay, this one is interesting. We want to allocate CMDs rather than the arguments, right? That's what we want to allocate here. Fried rice is good. Okay. You've never tried fried rice? No, never tried it. Primarily because I don't really go anywhere and don't order any food. I usually cook everything myself. There's no particular like reason for that. I think there is several reasons why I do that. First of all, I'm very asocial, right? So it's just easier for me to cook everything myself without like going anywhere or ordering anything, which is kind of interesting. Ordering anything still involves like, you know, social activities, so for me it's kind of and another thing, I was born in a pretty poor family, so I grew up very frugal, and got used to the habit of cooking everything myself, even though right now I don't really need to cook anything myself, but it's just a force of a habit and I cannot get rid of it. Yeah, because if you cook yourself, it's usually way cheaper. It's like way cheaper when you cook everything yourself. You go to the store, interact with Square there, it's not the same. It's not the same. First of all, it happens way more rare because I just buy enough food for several days. And second of all, I don't have to really talk to them. I can just bring the food and just pay for it, and that's it. What's your favorite go-to meal? I don't really have a favorite go-to meal. To be fair, I kind of got rid of the recreational aspect of the food recently, so I just eat for sustenance. All right, so okay. Chain count. So this is what we need to allocate. So the reason why I did that is because I'm very compulsive eater. So, and essentially, if there is a recreational aspect of the food for me, I get fat really fucking easily, very fucking quick. So essentially for me to get rid of that is to basically say to myself, food is not a recreational activity. Just, right, if you want something for entertainment, just do something else. So yeah, it's really difficult to explain, but it kind of worked for me. It kind of worked for me. Alright, so I'm gonna reset this entire pointer. So far it works. Maybe at some point it won't work anymore and then start become a compulsive eater yet again, but I don't know. As long as I don't eat anything super tasty, I don't want to use food as a recreational activity. So it sounds horrible, but I mean, it's just, that's how my brain works. I can't help it. Okay, so we implemented that. Why are we talking about that? It makes me sad. So size, and then we're iterating the entire thing, and if this is the argument chain, I just use this size, and essentially for the chain I just specify args. I guess that's what I do. I just transfer this thing from one place to another one. Most of the impact and the weight is done not in the gym but in the supermarket. Yeah, that is true. Cool. All right, I think I managed to build this entire thing. So we're building a pipe. The pipe has been built successfully. What's up? Call me CF. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? How are you doing? Assignment of member args is in read-only object. Oh shit! Why is this a read-only object? Ah, I see. So it shouldn't be read-only then. Yeah, we have to do something like this. Okay, something. Right, and so we have this entire thing, and we have to return the pipe. So we are returning the pipe. The return of the pipe. Cool. So, and I think this entire thing should be called like make pipe. So we already have no build, make, create, spawn CMD, spawn pipe. Alright, so let's rename it to build a pipe, maybe. No build, make pipe. Right, so like this. And after that, once you make a pipe, and here by the way we don't really need to do it like this, and we can have something like end, which is essentially pipe arg. So type pipe arg end. Cool. So we can put it like that. Don't worry about it. So make a pipe end. So once you've got a pipe, you should be able to spawn a pipe. But once we're spawning a pipe, we need to wait for everything there. Right. So we need to wait for everything. So maybe I'm gonna make it a macro as well here. Pid t cpids. So it's gonna be like this, size t. Less than. Oh shit. Okay, so that thing creates a pipe, right? That thing creates a pipe that you then have to. To be fair, I don't quite understand why spawn a pipe doesn't wait for everything. It doesn't really make much sense in my opinion. So I think it should wait for everything as well. Implicit declaration, did you mean no? Did I fuck up something? What is going on? What did I fuck up? What did I fuck up? Why is dir is implicit all of a sudden? Here, did I remove something? Please don't tell me I removed something accidentally. Please don't. How did I remove all of that? Did I press oh my god, I hate Emacs. I hate Emacs. I hate Emacs. Oh, it's so bad. Emacs is such a piece of shit. Holy shit. You just press Ctrl W once and just like, and you don't notice it. It's so bad. Oh my god. Luckily I'm using, you know, version control systems, so I can just do something like this then. Okay. What the fuck do you want from me? Oh my god, I'm so disappointed. I'm so, oh my god. You know what? Bye-bye. I don't want to know you. He's been trying to annoy me like the whole stream. I was... Alright. Alright, so everything seems to be compiling. Everything seems to be compiling, and I'm very happy with that, I suppose. So let me move the relevant information to the relevant places. So this is the in and out. Okay. No. What it was doing? I don't remember what it was doing. Yeah. Okay, I wanted to make the spawn pipe thing, right? Spawn pipe to wait for all of the pits and whatnot. Which is interesting. Is it even worth doing that? Maybe it is worth doing that. For now, it is what we want to do anyway, so it makes sense to do that then. So, and then I'm gonna just return this kind of thing. Size ti. My pipe chain size plus I. No build. POSIX wait for pit. cpids I. Cool. So now let's try to recompile this entire thing. In some places it will not compile. So this will do nothing. And we don't have to do that anymore. Okay. Cool. So spawning the pipe works now. So if I do define pipe, right, it's gonna be pipe. So I'll have to define it like that. No build make pipe. VA args and also null. So that creates a new pipe. Oh, and since we don't have to wait for anything, I can just do no build spawn a pipe. Right, I can just provide this pipe there. But I have to provide it by a pointer. Does it make any sense to provide by the pointer? I don't think so. Because, yeah, it doesn't have to be like that. We can just provide it by a value. This will make the entire thing a little bit easier to handle, in my opinion. Right, so you first make a pipe like this, and then you can spawn a pipe, and there you go. That should give you everything you want. I should give you everything you want. So this thing will be handled by a value, and now I have to replace my pipe with my pipe dot everything in here. Okay. Cool. So what do we have here? Spawn a pipe. We don't have to do that. Cool. So does it still work? Does it still work? I don't think. It doesn't work. It doesn't. Oh, because we're out there. All right. Okay. Okay. I think the time has come to test this entire thing out. I think the time has come. So I'm gonna comment this thing out, and I'm gonna start by creating a pipe. So it's gonna be chain sec 10, and in no build, we're gonna only check example pipe.c. Alright, so as you can see, this example worked as expected. Cool. So that worked. Now I can try to do the following thing: chain sort, but in reversed order, and it worked. So it sorted in reversed order. So let's actually have a little bit more stuff here. So let's do a sequence from 1000 to 1010. So we have some stuff in here. Okay, so that seems to be working. So chain reverse. So that will reverse each individual line in here. Right, so that will reverse each individual line. So it did, in fact. So, and then we probably want to do a base 64, right? Base 64. Cool, and that encoded it in base 64. Then I'm going to do a chain gzip -f to print it on the standard output. So there we go, it's on the standard output, but it's not readable, so that means we'll have to chain hex dump -c. So, and now it's more readable. And I don't really want that on the screen, so I'm gonna output that to output txt file. Alright, and if I take a look at output txt, here it is. So that's pretty cool. So now I don't want to do this entire thing on a sequence. I want to do this entire thing from the input of the file. So it's going to be something like example. Actually, it has to be cross-platform. It's going to be path example pipe.c, and yeah, I want to do it like that. So let's actually try to do it like this. I wonder. Yeah, I just want to put that into the cat, I mean, just to see if it's gonna work. So I'm gonna do it in the cat, and couldn't read file example pipe.c because it doesn't exist. It has to be examples. Okay, so here's the entire file. Nice. Then I'm gonna sort each individual line, and it didn't work because why? Expression. Oh yeah, oh yeah, I see. Cool. So we sorted the lines in here, Right, so it's gonna be, then we reverse each individual line here, then we base 64 the entire thing. Okay, then we gzip the entire thing. Alright, and then we hex dump the entire thing. Okay, and then we save this entire thing into the output txt. Alright, so in the output txt does contain the entire thing. So yeah, there we go. It's pretty cool. And all of that doesn't call external shell. That's the point. It doesn't call the external shell. So that's pretty interesting. And it only works on Linux right now. So we'll see how to make it work somewhere else. Pretty pogue. Yeah, it is actually pretty pogue. So unfortunately, you can use this as an example on Windows as well, but the problem is that these kind of things are not available on Windows. Right, so what I'm thinking is that maybe we're gonna have like some sort of a tool chain that implements some of these tools. Right, so we can, and no build will build these tools on all of the platforms and then use these tools to test piping activity. You know what I mean? So that would be actually pretty cool. So, something like sort and rev base64 are kind of easy to implement. So that would be actually pretty cool. But apart from that, yeah, we managed to do that. We managed to implement this entire thing. So the internal implementation is shit. But at least the interface is cool. At least the interface is cool. So, and how do we put... I think you're missing one directive. Cha out. God damn it. You got me. Cha in, cha out. Well, it's actually... I'll think about it. Maybe we can have a use for that, because we don't support redirecting the standard error, right? Standard error thingy. And the question is, how can we even support that, right? So we could try to do something like this, right? Error txt. But what's interesting is that you should be able to redirect each and individual chain separately, right? So redirecting each individual chain's standard error should be probably look like this, like sort error, right? Sort error, rev error, maybe base64. MS don't have pipes yet. How did you come to that conclusion? Have you seen this thing? So, I mean, I don't know, 2018? When was this function introduced, actually? I think it was there for a while. It's pretty old functionality. Yeah, so technically it should be possible to do this kind of thing, right? So it's not that difficult for me, for each individual chain, to redirect their standard error. Windows 2000. Okay, so I mean, yeah, pipes are so useful that even Windows have them. So, but then why can't you do a similar thing without or within? So. Yeah, it's. I'll need to think how we can do the error redirection. So because it's not really obvious from the syntactical point of view, and also we implement this thing the way that if you put this like that, it will still work as usual. So it will be redirected to this one, right? So it will be redirected to this one. So we don't really check. At runtime if these things are located in correct positions. Maybe we should, actually. Maybe we should. It would be kind of cool to have this like small little DSL that will let you, like, you know, do some interesting things with these chains, but this is like a, you know, draft. A simple draft. Anyway, and that actually did the trick. So that created output.txt. So that's pretty poog, not gonna lie. So what do we have here? I want to actually remove that. Let me try to do this. Yep. Pipe C. Let's not output anything here yet, at least. Yeah, there we go. It will print like everything. It will print everything. It's pretty interesting. And we have an opportunity, by the way, since we don't depend on any shell, we have an opportunity to make this functionality as powerful as we want, right? So we can implement functionality that is not supported by any shell, right? Because we have like a very small, like very fine control over how we redirect things. I don't know, I'll have to think how we can do that. But yeah, we may implement something interesting. And we have an opportunity to make it cross-platform. Alright. Implement no build syntax macros for pipe functionality. Pipe functionality. Let's push that right through. Alrighty. So what I want to do, I want this example of the pipes to be cross-platform. To make it cross-platform, we need to implement some of these tools ourselves and compile them as well. Right. So for example, instead of hexdump, we can use xxd. Right. Let's just use xxd. Emacs. There's something wrong with my keyboard because it doesn't register sometimes. Okay, so as you can see, xxd just gave us this thing. Right, and xxd is actually a single C file that we can, for example, put into the tools. Right, so let me find xxd. Xxd source code. And I can just grab that. I probably lost them when I fucked up the backup. What? Okay. Alright, so let's download this thing. So the way we're gonna do that, in the no build script itself, before trying to run any of the examples, we might as well also build the tools. Okay, so we can introduce something like check examples, like this. And I'm gonna put everything there. So here's the check examples. And on top of this, we want to have something like build tools. Right, build tools. Now you have noodles, nice. Bon appétit, my friend. Alright. Okay, so I'm gonna iterate through the examples. And we're gonna build them the similar way we build the examples. We're gonna do tools, then this one is gonna be just a... Oh my god. Tool? Probably. Build a tool. But how can we build it? It will just depend on the Win32. Yeah. So let's introduce function build tool. Build tool, and it's gonna be const char tool file. Or maybe it's gonna be just called tool. So let's put it like this, no extension. So this is the name of the tool that you need to build. And the way we build it is like this. It's gonna be cmd, cc, or you can also do this C flag thingy, right? Essentially like this, a C flag thingy, where you're gonna use a CC, And then we also have C flags, but maybe for tools it's not really that important to have C flags because usually the developers don't care about C flags and whatnot. So this one is going to be path to tools, then a tool, and then we're going to concat the tool. No, it's going to be just this. It's going to be just a tool. Right, and the input is going to be path tools tool concat with .c, like this, and that should do the trick, hopefully, at least for Linux. All right, and then we should be able to have that tool in there. All right, so yeah, we're building everything. So let me actually don't build the examples for now. We're only going to build the tools that we have there. Okay, that built the tool, and I'm gonna run the examples, but in the examples I'm only gonna check the pipe. Right, check example pipe.c. For some reason I actually accept the C here. Yeah, there we go. And now in the pipe I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna try to do something like path tools xxd. You see? Tools xxd. And it worked. If I try to do something like this, could not execute child process, no file or directory. Okay, that's cool. Is that addressed to me? I don't know. Anabotho, what's up, Anabotho? Welcome to the streamers. All right, we have working pipes, by the way, in C. Look. You can basically redirect from the file. Then you can chain several commands together, and all of that done without any external shells. All of that implemented purely in C. So, and that actually works. It's actually pretty cool. Okay, and we're using like the actual thing here. So what we want to implement? So implement base64. I'm definitely not gonna implement gzip. So fuck that. Base64. I might as well implement base64. Why not? This is pretty impressive. Thank you. It's just my neighbors are doing something weird. Doing something kinky. Needs to be base 69. Can I have 69 characters? Where can I get 69 characters though? 69 printable characters. Cyrillic stuff? Cyrillic stuff is Unicode. We need ASCII actually. Just need 17? Wait, what? Am I missing something? 17 symbols? Oh, you mean 17 more? No. What am I missing? Wait, 20. Oh, you mean, okay, oh, holy shit, it's... Now that makes sense, okay, because you have 64 symbols already, it's because otherwise base 64 won't work. You also have special characters, don't forget about that. You also have special characters. And also 64 is used because it's a power of 2, so you can easily, you know, split bits like that. Here, your 7 other characters. Yeah, I don't think, like, you need the power of 2, and 69 is not the power of 2 to actually properly implement such encoding, so I don't think it's a... All right. So, is there like a base 64 implementation that I can compile with a C compile? Because maybe I don't have to implement it myself. I don't want to implement it myself. So copyright, it's part of the core utils. Can I literally? If I cannot take their base 64 implementation and compile with just C compiler, I'm gonna be very disappointed. But that's probably what it is, because they're very bureaucratic people, GNU people, I mean. Do I have a core utils? I don't think I have a core utils. Also, in the pipe in here, when I build in the tools, I want to be able to build them on Windows as well. Alright, so on Windows we have to have a separate thing in there. Alright, let's quickly do that. So it's gonna be like this. If it's that, else, and if win32. So this is tools, and this is a tool, but we also have to concat that with .c. Alright, and that one, yeah, that one is not needed because we're just building the tools. We're not really running them, we're just building them. Okay, and also here we want to do this thing. So the tools are very important for the pipe. Alright, they're very important for the pipe. Okay, so we're building everything, we're testing everything. On Linux it kind of works. But to be fair, on Linux for now, we can just keep it super simple. Something is wrong with me. I'm a little bit tired. Okay, so for now we can just keep it like that, I suppose. So it's gonna be pipe.c. And then we can make it more later. So I'm trying to wrap up the work on that pipe thingy. Pipes do not allow redirecting STD error. Yes, it is in fact true. Alright, so let's do a committee and then push. I didn't want to commit that though. Git ignore. Tool. So what did I do here? Introduce tools that could be useful for testing examples. Alright, so let's push that right into the repo. And yeah. It's pretty cool that we have tools, we have examples that use those tools, and all of that is built and brought together just using only C code. We don't use that, we don't use shell for that or anything. It's just like purely C code, right? So the build of the build system itself becomes more and more complex actually. It's kind of cool, I think. Yeah, I think it's kind of cool. One of the things we can probably implement is like a ROT 13, right? ROT 13 call also could be a pretty cool thing to implement. Yeah, okay, so let's do the following thing. I'm gonna just commit whatever we have, and we can spend the rest of the stream coming up with different tools for testing pipes. ROT 26. So yeah, maybe it would make sense to get rid of the XXD, and have only our own tools. We'll see, but anyways, let's just create a pull request, and yes sir. So what did we do here? Implement a working pipe functionality on POSIX. Yes, so this is actually super cool. And the difficulty of implementing this is equal to implementing a shell. We're essentially implemented our own shell as a C library. Okay, let me take a look. So Windows doesn't build for some reason properly, and this is because, yeah, classic. Let's go to no build, no sh. Yeah, no sh. The source code of this library is pretty dirty, I'm not gonna lie, but it is what it is. Spawn CMD. Okay. Spawn CMD. So on Windows, the problem is that on Windows we don't have this was yeah. So what kind of stuff I'm gonna have here? So what I want is I want to have a type def pid underscore t. By the way, do you have a pids on Linux? On Windows? Windows create process. Windows create process. Create process should return you something. Does it return you a PID? Or some sort of a handler? Let's take a look at the examples. Do we have an example, mate? Oh shit. Windows create process example. By process information. Okay, it returns information through process information. Okay, that makes sense. H process. All right, process information. It's a handle. Okay. No build pid. Right. And if def underscore Windows 32 is going to be handle. Else. Okay. Do I want to deal with that right now? So where do we use this kind of thing? Yeah, I think I don't want to deal with that right now. So because it will become more evident once we implement more things, and when we spawn a pipe. How to make it compilable on Linux? Okay, I need to make a small break, chat. I really need to make a small break. Small break. Alright, let's make a small break. You guys have fun. Yeah, what's up? Welcome back, everyone. Alrighty. So, my goal right now is to make this thing compilable on both Windows and Linux. That's my goal right now. The easiest way to do that would be to use a spawn, to actually rename this thing to maybe POSIX spawn CMD. Right. And to be fair, so this entire thing is kind of reusable. Yeah, it's kind of reusable on Linux and on Windows and whatnot, but not really. Because we have spawn for Windows when we used CMD. Yes. So CMD is CMD implementation, right? No build exec. Yeah, this is basically what I do here, and I'm using spawn VP, and I wonder, yeah, so I need to somehow clean everything up and bring everything together. So there's a lot of technical depth in this library, but tune value is the exit status. Okay, so yeah, it's a synchronous one, but if it's an asynchronous one, it is the process handle. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. So essentially I want to reuse the code from pipe, but for Windows and whatnot. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do right now, but yeah. Okay, let's just go ahead and do that. Spawn CMD. It did compile for some reason. Okay, spawn CMD POSIX spawn CMD. So okay. So I also want to rename this thing too. Is it something with my keyboard? But the pipe definition should be like the same everywhere, I think. Alright, so now when I have a pipe, I now build POSIX spawn pipe, and something like this. If def win32, we're gonna just do it like this. Pipe do panic. So and pipe Piping is not implemented on Windows yet. Okay. Piping is not implemented on Windows yet. So that's essentially what we're gonna say here. I don't have to wrap it in this thing. I have to wrap it in this thing actually. Otherwise, and if. Cool. Nice. And now all of these definitions in here. So make pipe, okay, spawn pipe, and stuff like that. So I might as well put it somewhere here. If and def win32 and if win32. Right. Still compiles. So here's the spawn pipe, spawn CMD. Spawn pipe, spawn CMD. So what is that? Yeah, it's that thing. If and def win32. Win32. It's actually pretty cool that I managed to pull that off. Holy shit, I can't believe that. Did I not ignore that? Try to make everything compilable on Windows. Where was the additional A? Where? Okay, thank you. I didn't do that intentionally. I don't know what exactly is going on. Something with maybe with my keyboard, or maybe with the way I type. Like, where? Okay, thank you. Remove extra. Right, so let me check how all of that looks on in here. Okay, so it does the trick. It does the trick, which is nice. What about Windows? On Windows, it should just say it's not supported on Windows. Okay, cool. So another interesting thing is that I want to have an issue. Spawn pipe. Yeah, I want to be able to like reuse this entire stuff, but I'm not sure how to do that. Maybe I'm not gonna even create any to-dos for that. To do pipes do not allow redirecting. Yes, I need to snitch it up. Excuse me. Maybe I can do something like this. Snitch report. Depend body introduced in 19. Yes. Let's push that. This is pretty... it's too much code. It's too much code. And this is primarily because of the XXD, right? And XXD doesn't really do anything special, to be fair, right? It doesn't even do anything special. Let's actually implement our own XXD and whatnot. Should be pretty straightforward. So hex C. So stdio, stdlib h. And for example, you have the width, the amount of columns that you're gonna do for the hex, right? So let's actually hardcode that. Columns, and let's say that we're gonna have 20 of them. And because of that, we want to allocate a buffer, some sort of a buffer of this amount of columns. It's almost like I'm programming an Ada, right? So I define the size of the columns, and then I use that to index the array. Alright, so while not end of file std in, I can read, right? I can read this entire buffer. And let me see, we're gonna use fread function. So essentially I just do it like that, right? So we're gonna provide the buffer. This size of the element, of a single element that I want to read, is gonna be a size of buffer 0. And the amount of elements I want to read the columns of the elements. And I want to read it from the standard input, right? And then I can have n, right? So this is how many actually I read there. So now what I'm going to be doing here, I'm going to be iterating through each individual byte in here and just printing it in hex. Simply printing it in hex. Right. Yeah, I think that's good. It's going to be printf x, actually capital X, and then space. Right, and it's going to be just char, actually not char but buffer, right? But there's something about XXD, right? It also prints the ASCII version of itself, right? It also prints an ASCII version of itself. So to do that, we're gonna also print a little bit of padding, right? So padding, and how much we're gonna pad in there? Well, can I pad with spaces quite easily? I don't quite remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is what we're gonna have here. Right, and what's interesting is that I can now try to do the following thing. I can now try to print fwrite the entire buffer. So it's gonna be fwrite, size of a single thing here, and then the amount of things I've got. But that's kind of dangerous, right? That's kind of dangerous because it may contain special characters, non-printable characters, and so on and so forth. So before we can do any of these things, we want to iterate through everything here and normalize everything. To be fair, we're already iterating through the buffer. We might as well actually do it here. Right, so we need to check if the character in the buffer is printable or not. So I wonder if in C types we have something. So to find the C type, I can look for isDigit thingy and also look for everything is in C type. So there is a function called isPrint. Does it do what I think it does? Checks whether any printable character including space. Alright, so maybe that's exactly what we want. So if isPrint buffer I, and it's not printable, we are replacing this entire thing with a dot. We're replacing with this entire thing with a dot. That's it! That's it, seriously. Should be, at least. I don't know, we can try to compile it. Let me remove all of that, and I'm gonna try to build this entire thing. Of course, it's not gonna build, because, yeah, we need to print CC type, or C type. ctype.h, and so it does not compile because it couldn't exec the XXD, so we have to go to examples and pipe. Right, and instead of using XXD, we have to use hex. Right, and let's see what's gonna happen. There you go. That was very interesting, and this is because I didn't pad with zeros correctly. Right, if we change it slightly here, so it's going to be something like this, now it is padded more or less correctly. Look at that. So, yeah, so, like to implement, okay, this one is interesting, all right? So here's an interesting bug, right? We need to pad this shit accordingly. All right, this one is interesting actually, so it becomes more interesting as we go. Also, I might as well go to no build.c, all right, and exclude all of the examples yet again because I want to focus on the pipe example, right? Check example pipe.c, right? So we only want to check this example. There we go. Hex.c. So, padding 6, right? Padding 6. You know what I want to be able to do? I want to be able to print an amount of spaces, right? An amount of spaces. Do I want to have a function for that? I might as well have a function for that. But do we have already that? I don't think we have that. Right, I don't think we have that. Print char n times. So, I have no idea how to code better, unfortunately. So we're gonna have a char and then we're gonna have an n. So, and the way we're gonna do that, we're gonna just iterate through 0 to n, and we're gonna just do putc. Are you sure it's gonna be like that? Okay, so let me try that. So printf s padding. It's only for spaces. Is it that an empty? Okay, you don't know that. All right. All right. But what if I put this thing here? Ah. Not bad, not bad at all. So, and on top of that, we can do the following thing. Plus columns. Alright, so let me give it a try. C. And then we can try something like this. Columns minus n. By the way, there is assertion here that n is less or equal to columns. This is quite important. Multiply by 3. Yep. Assert h. Yeah, that worked. Okay. Thank you. So there's like a simple formula in here. Do you really need this last thing in here? Do you really? I think you do, because it's segfaults otherwise. Yeah. All right, that's cool. So basically, it's additional padding for. Okay, that's cool. Thank you so much. And you don't even need additional thing in here, right? And you can quite easily change the amount of columns. There you go. And you can change the padding. You can make it like 10, and you see it's like a runtime constant, and it could be 2 if you want. Sure. But yeah, we can go with 6. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's okay. let's give it a try. Am I doing something incorrectly? I don't think I'm doing something incorrectly. Nah. But oh yeah, it's still for it's the same as S. Yeah, it's the same as S. But yeah, yeah, I think this is a pretty good solution. So that should be okay. Oh, and we need to check how it works with binary shit. We need to check how it works with binary shit. I'm gonna go to the pipe. And let's pipe the binary version of it. Let's pipe the binary version of it. Oh shit, what the fuck is that? Oh. Excuse me? Sometimes it goes negative, I see. Okay, that was actually a pretty good idea to do that. So to fix that, we may try to include stdint and maybe have something like uint8t instead. Yeah, now we're talking. So it was just, yeah, sometimes chars were negative. But yeah, apart from that, you see, it can even deal with unprintable characters as well. So that's pretty cool. And that's how much code it took to implement something like this. So you don't need an entire XXD to have this thing. I think that's pretty cool. Alrighty. So in tools, I'm gonna git ignore to hex, right? And let's just do that. That would be a really cool code golf program, probably. It probably would be. Also in here, I want to still use the C, right? Okay. So, and we know for sure that it's cross-platform, right? Because it uses only the standard library and whatnot. And yeah, it's pretty pogue, not gonna lie. Just a hex thingy. Replace XXD with hex. Okay, refresh. Okay, one of the things yeah, we want to do is to implement ROT13. Right, let's go ahead and implement ROT13. ROT13C. So std out, and I think we can have something like ROT13 for a single character. Let's actually do that for a single character. And essentially, if it is alpha, so it has to be a C type, right? We can do something like that. If x starting from A and x is less than z, we're going to return x minus A plus 13 mod 26. Mod 26 plus A back. Now, we also have another range for this kind of stuff. Otherwise, we just return that. So this is the simplest ROT13 here. Okay, also, we can have columns here as well, and might as well call it buffer size, right? So here's the buffer size, and let's say we can have, I don't know, 440,000, right? So then we can pre-allocate this buffer of characters in here, buffer size, and then while and the file stdin, we're reading into the buffer the size of a single character is this. The amount of characters is a buffer size, and we're reading all of that from the standard input. So, and then we also have the size of this entire thing. Then I'm iterating through each individual character, right? I'm iterating it like that. And I do buffer I, ROT13, buffer I, cool. And then I want to write it back. It's going to be buffer size of buffer 0. Instead of buffer size, I'm going to use n, and I'm writing it to stdout. So that's it. That's the whole ROT13 implementation. Now, I'm going to go to the pipe example. I'm going to go to the pipe example, and I'm going to replace hex with ROT13 just to see what's going to happen there. All right, so here's the ROT13. That was interesting. So what does it use? It uses, yeah, so basically this is how this source code looks like after ROT13. So this is how it looks like. Furthermore, now we have an opportunity to pipe more things, right? So we can now try to pipe all of that into hex, right? So, yeah, there we go. So essentially, yeah, we piped it into ROT13, and then we piped it into hex. And look how perfectly it aligned after that. That's actually amazing. So, cool. So now we also have ROT13. It was as easy as this. It was as easy as this. So in the tools, and these tools will eventually also work on Windows. At least they should, I think. ROT13. What is ROT13? Let me Google that for you, buddy. Okay. Add ROT13 example, ROT13 tool for pipe example. Okay, and let's push that. What about ROT26? It's cat. Oh, by the way, twice of ROT. We can actually confirm that it works, right? So I can do cat example pipe C, and I can pipe it into the tools ROT13, right? So, and this is how it looks like. But what if I pipe it twice? Will it work as well? So this is like the ultimate, you know, yeah, it works. So it actually brings it back. It's pretty cool. So, it's ID. There's no such thing as ID on POSIX. Well, I mean, it's definitely not ROT26. There is ID, but it's not ROT26. Something like cat looks more like ROT26. So, should also change the case. I don't know. So does anyone have any other ideas for like transformation things and whatnot? Base 64, but base 64 is too difficult to implement. I mean, it's not that difficult to implement, it's just you have to parse a lot of bits and whatnot. I think I'm gonna stop with tools here, right? We have just hex, and we have reverse sort. So you have to do like this line thingy. Nah, I think hex and rot 13 should be enough. Let me check if we actually build this kind of stuff on Windows. So this is like this. Right, this is like this. Alright. So rot 13. Okay, so we do have rot 13 XZ and rot 13 OBG, and it seems to be built. Okay, so eventually we'll start using them for testing the stuff on Windows as well. You could do cut. That would be trivial. Probably. But I want some side effects so I can see that, you know, things are actually piping through to the thing. Rusifier will output Unicode, which is not that bad of an idea to be fair, but I don't know. The problem is that I'm already streaming for 4 hours and I'm a little bit tired. So I think I'm gonna call it a day, boys and girls. I'm gonna call it a day. Today we did a pretty good job. We implemented useful piping functionality. Useful piping functionality for Linux. It's not complete one. We don't do anything with standard error yet, but I don't know what to do with it yet. So because I don't really have a particular use case for standard error. And the next step is going to be implementing the same functionality, but for Windows. Right, but before we go into that, I would like to clean up the internals because I actually hacked all that together. I just want to be it as simple as implementing the same functions, but for Windows. Right, and also have some sort of like intermediate types and stuff like that. And yeah, it should be interesting. We're probably going to do that on the stream as well. Yeah, that's it for today, boys and girls. That's it for today. Thanks everyone who's watching right now. I really appreciate it. Have a good one, and I see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow, according to the schedule, we're going to be doing a virtual machine development. This time, yeah, we're going to continue developing the virtual machine. And by the way, the virtual machine is actually one of the main users of this build system. I kind of developed this build system for that virtual machine. So yeah, but we're not going to do build system tomorrow, we're going to do a virtual machine. Check out our schedule for more information on different projects we're working on. Check out our VODs channel where we upload our recording of the streams. This stream is going to be there, but on the next day. And also check out our Discord server for offline discussion with the community. And while you're waiting for continuation of Todding streams, let's maybe rate somebody? I don't know. No one is streaming. Maybe we can find somebody. Okay, let me close the... Bailada is streaming. Is he streaming... programming? Games and shit. No one is streaming. Alright. So let's take a look at the science and technology section and see who's streaming right now. Game Dev Pro. Unreal Engine. French, not English. Scroll doesn't work. All right, I've tried, chat. Okay. All right. Thanks everyone for watching. Love you. Mwah.